Let me know if my audio is okay. Yeah, sounds good. So let's see where we are. Uh, Waiting for some more people to join in, and then we will start. And meantime, let me just post this on Instagram. Okay, hi, good morning, everyone. Was making sure that everything is in place for another expiry day. Let's see. So I uh, just to let you know, I had taken a position in the morning. So morning, I when I logged in, I saw that the premiums were around upwards of 100 on the opening itself. So we just show you that. So I took a position the first 15 seconds. Right? So I took a 1800 quantity and the combined premium was around 100. So my rule was that if the combined premium is more than 100, then I will take an entry. And the other rule was that I was not expecting. So based on what I saw in the market yesterday, this week, and today morning, I was not expecting any wild moves to happen today. Right. So that's when I took a strategy, 24 650. We've had two adjustments since then. right? So in the down move, the 24,650 was moved to 24,600, and the put, which was at 24,650, was then moved to 24,600. Right? So those were the two adjustments, shifting of my straddle from 24,650 to 24,600. Uh, so far, we are doing okay. I think on the capital deployed, so the capital deployed is under 50 lakhs. We are currently around 30,000. Right? So currently, the rules are that I will bring the other leg closer when the difference between the two legs is roughly 28. I'll uncheck the price check for now. We'll set the RMS to minus 50,000 and exit of minus 10,000. Target, I'm going to leave it at 1,50,000. Just it's a way higher number, which is not going to be possible, but still, my intention is not to exit the trade unless I am very comfortable that this is good enough. Right? So that's why the target is quite high, and I'll leave this as so. If I start losing more than 10,000, then I will be out of the trade. If RMS is set to minus 50,000, so if for the day more than 50,000 is gone, then it will auto exit. And our position sizing is okay. We've pretty much deployed the capital that we wanted to for the day, which is around 50 lakhs. So I won't be adding more to the position. Let's look at the chart for a minute and see what we have here. In charts, what I was noticing is that the vertical line is for today. It's basically that I'm looking at the data from today. So I put this by one. Yes, this is the today's data. So this is the high for the day, and this is pretty much the low that we've tested this low a few times where we are currently. We are at day's low. So if there is another breakdown, I think it's going to go all the way to 24,510. So we'll act if it breaks below 24,590. Right? So I'm going to have a rule where I'm going to create a spot rule. And in the spot rule, I'm going to say if it's greater than, sorry, less than 24,580, then I'm going to buy some of the puts that I have. Right? So I'm going to just square off some of the puts, and those puts are 24,600. So at this point of time, I'm saying if the market breaches 24,580 on the downside, then I am squaring off my 600 quantity of 24,600 puts, so reducing the risk on the downside in case if there's a breakdown from today's low. So let's look at where the today's low has been. So if I look at Nifty, this is the range, right? So 24,584 is the day's low so far. If it breaks that day low, then I am not comfortable staying in 1,800 puts. I'm going to reduce that to 1,200 puts. So it's going to be a slightly skewed position. That's what my idea is. So also what I can do is I will also have another rule which will help me add more on the call side. Right, so I'm going to add 600 on the call side, which is 24,600. Right? So if it goes below 24,580, which is the low so far, then I'm going to sell 600 calls, additional calls. Let me make it little further that it needs to break, let's say, even further. Then I'm selling. So I'm adding more on the call side if there is a breakdown from today's low. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, just let me know in the comments if you are able to hear me clearly. Also, one more request, right? We have a lot of views, but we don't see too many subscribers and we hardly see any likes. So it will help us motivate and coming and doing this more often. So if you are liking what we are doing right now by coming live every day, uh, do subscribe to our channel and do comment and like, right? That will give us a lot more motivation to come online more frequent. Also do subscribe because we are starting this week, we are launching a lot more videos so that you will get access to, you will get notifications when new videos are coming in. We are coming up with a series of new videos starting from this week. So don't forget to like and subscribe, please. Also, if you're able to hear me clearly, please just type in yes so that I know I'm not just talking to myself and there are others listening to. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I will be slightly louder than, yeah, sure, I'll make sure that it's slightly more audible. Then, okay, I hope it's should be better now. Trying to make sure that I can reduce the outside voice. So that's why I'm playing with the configuration so that it's loud and clear. Thank you, Nakul, for the feedback. Okay, so yeah, now it's pretty much wait and watch. We will see where the option chain is, where the Greeks are. So IVs are around, so IVs have actually increased a bit, right? So if the IV goes above 25, I am gonna even downsize my position. I'm currently at 1800 quantity, but if IV is above 25, then I'm gonna mostly cut down half of the position. So we'll be monitoring this closely. So if you look at our positions, it's roughly this 1800 quantity. That's the PNL that is matching. Just to let you know that TradeGenie is currently running an offer where if you open a new account or if you are an existing TradeGenie user, you can avail for TradeFlow subscription for a month free of cost. They are not charging anything for the first month subscription of TradeFlow. So if you want to try it out, right, there is a link in the description as well, and I will be posting the link here as well for you to try. Sure, PNL graph. Yeah, the PNL graph was actually pretty good. We touched 50 today, but then there was a certain like so almost touched like 50, 55, and then came back to 10, and then again back. Right, so in that down move, the PNL actually went to around 10, and then from there we are back to 30. But there was a decent decay around, let me just see the time, around 10:35, between 10:35 to 10:40. There was a decent decay and we had touched 56. At that point of time, I actually thought of exiting because it was pretty much giving me more than a percent on my position. So it was a good time to actually exit. But then the idea was to come online and stay and show how we are managing the position. So I stayed in the position at that point. So this is bring our focus to here. What we are making lower lows and lower highs. Now the question is, if we break this, then will it go down? That's the idea. That's something that I'll be monitoring closely. तो बंद कर देते हैं और यहाँ पे देखते हैं क्या चल रहा है। मार्केट थोड़ा सा वीक दिख रहा है कंपैरेटिवली। दूसरा, मैंने यहाँ पे कंबाइंड एलटीपी का 35% रखा है। द रीजन इज, इफ आई वाज डूइंग अ स्ट्रैंगल, अगर मैं स्ट्रैंगल कर रहा होता तो मैं इसको 20% रखता। अभी यहाँ पे मैं इन्वर्टेड हो जाऊंगा। तो अगर, क्योंकि मैं सिर्फ प्राइस डिफरेंस यूज कर रहा हूँ और कुछ यूज नहीं कर रहा हूँ, तो अगर अभी मैं इसको लोअर रखूंगा तो होगा क्या कि मेरा एडजस्टमेंट बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा और मैं इन्वर्टेड में चला जाऊंगा। अब इन्वर्टेड का प्रॉब्लम थोड़ा सा चैलेंजिंग हो जाएगा, क्योंकि इन्वर्टेड में दोनों के दोनों अराउंड 75 के आसपास चल रहे हैं। तो अगर जल्दी इन्वर्टेड हो गया तो रिस्क बढ़ जाएगा। आई हैव टू मैनेज दिस प्रॉपर्ली। इसलिए मैं जनरली जब फर्स्ट हाफ में स्ट्रैडल ले रहा हूँ तो आई कीप अ स्लाइटली हायर वैल्यू, अपवर्ड्स ऑफ 30 एटलीस्ट। कभी कभी इट कैन गो अप टू 50 डिपेंडिंग ऑन क्या प्रीमियम्स चल रहे हैं। बट अभी 35 रखने का रीज़न ये है, और उसका मैथ 28 आ रहा है। और 28 का लॉजिक क्या है? अभी ऑलरेडी डिफरेंस 11 पॉइंट्स का है। लेट्स अज्यूम कि अगर मार्केट गिर रहा है, मार्केट अगर गिर रहा है तो 10 पॉइंट और अगर ये चढ़ेगा पुट, तो 8 पॉइंट कॉल दे देगा रफली, गिव और टेक, अनलेस बहुत सडन मूवमेंट हुआ। अगर 10 पॉइंट पुट चढ़ा, 8 पॉइंट मुझे यहाँ से मिला, तो 18 और 12 30। उस टाइम पे ऑलमोस्ट जो मूव क्लोजर जो 24,550 वाला है वो रफली 60 का होगा, और जो 24,600 का पीई है वो रफली 52 का होगा। तो उस समय मेरा प्रीमियम बैलेंस हो रहा है, उस समय मुझे एडजस्टमेंट करने में कंफर्टेबल है। सो द आइडिया इज, मैं एडजस्टमेंट तभी करूँ जब मेरी पोजीशन दूसरी साइड से उसको कॉम्पनसेट नहीं कर पा रही है, तो तभी मैं इन्वर्ट आऊंगा। तो डिपेंड करता है कि कौन सी स्ट्राइक में हो रहा है। अगर मार्केट नीचे गिर रहा है तो कॉल पास में आएगा, मतलब कॉल 24,600 से 24,550 पे चला जाएगा। अगर मार्केट ऊपर जा रहा है तो पुट 24,600 से 24,650 पे चला जाएगा। तो ऑटोमेटिकली डिसाइड होगा बेस्ड ऑन जिसका प्रीमियम कम है, उस लेग से वो लेग शिफ्ट करेगा और वो इन द मनी आ जाएगा। तो स्ट्रैडल के प्रीमियम्स वर अराउंड 100 जब खुला मार्केट। तो प्रीमियम वाज एक्चुअली, so इफ यू लुक एट द स्ट्रैडल, हम अगर सुबह का स्ट्रैडल कितने पे खुला, हमारा मार्केट खुला था 650 पे, right? तो ओपनिंग पे तो स्ट्रैडल की प्राइस वाज 123, और विद इन 123 से वो विद इन अंडर 100 विद इन दैट 15 सेकंड्स में चला गया था। तो आई क्रिएटेड अ रूल, मैंने एक रूल बना दिया था। यहाँ पे मेरा रूल था कि ग्रेटर देन 100 है। तब मैंने 1800 क्वांटिटी का लॉजिक लग किया था। तो जैसे ही वो 100 के ऊपर गया था, दैट इज व्हेन ये एंट्री मुझे मिली। बिकॉज दो चीज़ें मैंने देखी सुबह। पहले तो स्टडी क्या कह रही थी कि क्या मार्केट रेंज बाउंड रहेगा आज। मोस्ट लाइकली फॉर द फर्स्ट हाफ मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था मार्केट को कोई बड़ा मूव देने का। तो उस थॉट प्रोसेस से प्रीमियम्स वर लुकिंग मच बेटर, कि 100 रुपये मुझे स्ट्रैडल पे मिल रहे हैं। देयर इज नो ओवरनाइट, राइट? आई डोंट टेक एनी ओवरनाइट। तो अगर ओवरनाइट का स्ट्रैडल 129 से 123 पे खुल रहा है, आईवीज बिल्कुल क्रश हो चुकी थी। आईवीज मैं मॉनिटर कर रहा हूँ तो आईवीज वर अंडर 20 एट ओपनिंग इटसेल्फ, एंड प्रीमियम्स वर लुकिंग गुड। तो इसलिए मैंने रूल के बेसिस पे मैंने कहा जब भी 100 के ऊपर जाएगा तब एंट्री लूंगा। ओके, द 28 का एक्सप्लेनेशन। सो हम पोजीशन को स्ट्रैडल में रखा हूँ मैं, right? तो स्ट्रैडल से मुझे इन्वर्टेड ट्रायंगल जाना है। वो कब जाऊंगा, right? वो पॉसिबिलिटी कब है, जब मार्केट या तो नीचे की तरफ मूव कर रहा है या मार्केट ऊपर की तरफ मूव कर रहा है। तब एक टाइम के बाद यहाँ पे जैसे भी आप देखोगे तो पुट्स में स्पाइक आ रहा है धीरे धीरे, लेकिन कॉल्स ज़्यादा डीके नहीं कर रहे, राइट। इसलिए मेरा एमटीएम धीरे धीरे कम होते जा रहा है। लेकिन मुझे आई वांट टू इंश्योर कि अगर मार्केट गिर रहा है और प्रीमियम्स बढ़ रहे हैं पुट में, तो मेरा कॉल पास में आ जाए। लेकिन कब आए, राइट। सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन आता है कि कब कब लाना चाहिए। बहुत जल्दी ले आऊंगा, मान लीजिए मैं अभी ले आया, तो कॉल मेरे को 70 का रहेगा, पुट मेरा 50 का रहेगा। अगर मैं बहुत डिले करूंगा तो हो सकता है पुट 70 का हो जाए और कॉल 40 के आसपास आ जाए। तो मुझे उसको बैलेंस करना है, ताकि 35% क्या कर रहा है, 35% इज एक्चुअली गिविंग मी 28। 28 इज व्हाट, 35% ऑफ कंबाइंड प्रीमियम। कंबाइंड प्रीमियम कितना था, 32 प्लस 49, ऑलमोस्ट 70 81, राइट। सो 81 का 35% विच कम्स टू 28 अराउंड। तो वो 28 मतलब 14 पॉइंट्स तक मुझे बफर मिलेगा दोनों साइड में। 14 पॉइंट्स अगर एक चढ़ा तो दूसरा 14 पॉइंट्स के आसपास तक का डिके देगा। तो उस हिसाब से मैंने 28 रखा। तो अभी अगर मार्केट गिरता है, ये 60 हो जाता है, तो वो ऑलमोस्ट 60 गया, तो ऑलमोस्ट मुझे उसका 32, राइट, जो कि पॉसिबल है, क्योंकि ये 10 पॉइंट चढ़ा तो ये 6 पॉइंट देगा। पुट अगर 10 पॉइंट चढ़ेगा तो कॉल सिर्फ 6 पॉइंट का डिके देगा। उस टाइम पे मुझे अपने कॉल को पास में लेके आना है, और उस टाइम पे मेरा जो कॉल है वो 24,550 का, वो कॉल ऑलमोस्ट 60 रुपीज़ का होगा था। तो दोनों की प्राइस ऑलमोस्ट बराबर होगी, मेरा पुट भी 60 का होगा, मेरा कॉल भी 60 होगा। तो उस लॉजिक से प्राइस डिफरेंस 28 रखा गया। Is the software good for option buyers? I've not done too much of option buying, so I won't be able to comment on it. But एंड ऑफ द डे कर क्या रहा है, ये आपके रूल्स हैं आपका। अभी जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, राइट, कोई ऑप्शन बायर है, he wants to buy puts when the market does a breakdown, right? उसको पुट्स खरीदने हैं या स्कैल्पिंग करनी है, तो ही कैन यूज स्पॉट रूल्स, जो कि मैं अभी यहाँ कर रहा हूँ। मैं उसको अपनी पोजीशन को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए कर रहा हूँ। भाई मैं उल्टा कर सकता हूँ, वेयर आई कैन से मैं एंट्री लूंगा जब जब 24,580 रीच होगा, तब मैं पुट्स बाय कर लूंगा, एंड आई कैन डू ट्रेलिंग ऑफ माई PNL, जैसे मैं अभी सेलिंग में कर रहा हूँ। तो प्रीटी मच द सेम लॉजिक बट इन्वर्टेड, इन द सेंस कि मैं बाइंग करूंगा इंस्टेड ऑफ सेलिंग करूंगा। सो आई डोंट सी कि क्यों काम नहीं करेगा। देयर इज डेफिनेटली अ वैल्यू इन इट फॉर बोथ ऑप्शन सेलर्स, बायर्स एंड स्कैल्पर्स। बट ऑब्वियसली मैं तो बोलूंगा क्योंकि मेरा प्रोडक्ट है। आई वुड लेट द यूजर्स कमेंट इफ देयर इज एनीबॉडी हु इज डूइंग बाइंग along with selling, because a lot of users they do, right? So ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ सेलिंग ही करते हैं, जहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटी सही सही दिखती है वहाँ बाइंग भी कर रहे हैं ट्रेडर्स। तो lot of our users are doing both. प्रीमियम्स बढ़ रहे हैं, क्लियरली दिख रहा है। लेट्स लुक एट द IVs as well. IV कहाँ है? If IV is going above my comfort zone, then I will look into क्या इस पोजीशन में फुल क्वांटिटी रखनी है कि नहीं है। Okay, so IVs are about 20, so I will be exiting half of the quantity. So you can exit if it goes above 92. We'll do it through rule, right? So if it goes above 95, then I'm gonna exit half. So that, and we'll exit hedges also. तो हम अगर ये 95 के ऊपर गया, तो हमने रूल बना दिया है कि एग्जिट आधी क्वांटिटी कर दो। मुझे रिस्क नहीं लेना, पर मुझे अभी काटने का मतलब नहीं है। हो सकता है आईवी कूल डाउन हो जाए, हो सकता है डीके आ जाए, हो सकता है एक अप कैंडल आए और प्रीमियम्स क्रैश हो जाए। तो मुझे एक्ट करना है जब ज़रूरी हो, राइट। आई ओनली वांट टू एक्ट व्हेन इट इज़ एक्चुअली मेकिंग सेंस। So in this situation, if the market stays like this and there is no movement in the prices, then I will not touch my position. But if the premium goes above 95 for the ATM straddle, then I'm going to exit half my quantity. And since I'm talking about exit here now, I'll check if I should leave this on or not. Right? So I will not leave this spot rules now because I'm already saying that I will exit. Because 9 out of 10 times, if there's a 20-point move on the downside, the premiums will go above 90. There's no doubt in my head that if market falls for another 20 points suddenly, if it's a slow and steady move, that means there's nothing to be worry. But if it's a sudden move, then 95 आराम से क्रॉस करेगा तब मैं अपनी आधी पोजीशन काट दूंगा और मैं इसको एक टिक कर देता हूँ। अब इसमें क्या हो रहा है कि मेरे कॉल्स भी कट जाएंगे, मेरे पुट्स भी कट जाएंगे। वो मैं इसीलिए कर रहा हूँ बिकॉज my risk is actually increasing, right? So a few minutes back, IVs were around 20-25. तो मुझे ओवरऑल पोजीशन में डर लग रहा है कि क्या मार्केट में कोई बड़ा मूवमेंट आएगा। तो अगर मार्केट में कोई भी बड़ा मूवमेंट आएगा तो हो सकता है वो अपसाइड में भी आए, हो सकता है डाउन साइड भी आए। तो आई डोंट नो कि किस साइड आएगा। मेरा काम है मुझे कैपिटल प्रोटेक्ट करना है। सो आई एम जस्ट मेकिंग श्योर कि मैं अपनी पोजीशन साइज कम कर लूँ ताकि मैं फिर से री एंट्री ले लूँ शायद अच्छे बेटर प्राइसेस पे। और मैंने यहाँ पे हाफ कॉल्स और हाफ पुट्स क्यों नहीं करा, उसका कारण ये है कि मुझे नहीं पता किस साइड में डायरेक्शन आ सकता है। हो सकता है देयर इज अ 50 पॉइंट अप मूव और हो सकता है देयर इज अ 50 पॉइंट डाउन मूव। अगर मैं सिर्फ यहाँ पे कॉल लिख दूंगा तो हो सकता है अप मूव में मुझे कॉल से कटना था और मैंने यहाँ पुट सेलेक्ट कर रखा था तो मेरा और नुकसान हो जाएगा। तो आई होप यू गेटिंग मैं क्या समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। I'm shifting between Hindi and English because I'm getting a lot of comments on WhatsApp saying that can you please do that, आप क्या हिंदी में भी बात कर सकते हैं। So I'm shifting between Hindi and English. तो लाइक यू सेड राइट, मैं उस समय नहीं काटा पोजीशन, उसका सिर्फ एक ही कारण था कि हाँ देयर इज अ फियर बट डू आई नीड टू एक्ट ऑन दैट फियर। द क्वेश्चन वाज नो, राइट? आई कैन ऑलवेज क्रिएट अ रूल। एक रूल बना के छोड़ दिया कि क्या जो डर लग रहा है वो सही है। अगर सही में वो मूव आता है तो मुझे पोजीशन से हटना है। आई डोंट हैव टू प्रीएम्प्ट, आई विल रिएक्ट व्हेन द मार्केट इज आस्किंग मी टू रिएक्ट। स्ट्रैडल का स्टॉप लॉस हिट होने पे लॉस मेकिंग साइड को कैसे करेंगे, अगर आपको ये चीज करना है राइट, तो बेस्ट होगा कि यू कैन यूज एसएल ऑप्शन, राइट? तो मुझे अगर यहाँ पे चाहिए कि अगर स्ट्रैडल अभी 58 चला जाता है या 38 चला जाता है इंडिविजुअल लेग के लिए, राइट, तो यू कैन सेट स्टॉप लॉसेस ऑन इंडिविजुअल लेग ताकि अगर आपका कंबाइंड प्रीमियम पे आपको करना है तो ये ऑप्शन है। इसमें भी आपके पास ऑप्शन है कि आप सिर्फ कॉल और पुट सिलेक्ट कर लें क्योंकि आपका व्यू है कि गिरेगा तो ही मैं निकलूंगा, राइट? तो अभी मैं इसको अनचेक कर देता हूँ क्योंकि अब मुझे वो डर नहीं लग रहा जो पहले 10 मिनट पहले लग रहा था। बट अगर आपको चाहिए कि मेरा एक लेग कट जाए क्योंकि उस डायरेक्शन में मूव आया है तो यू कैन यूज ऑलवेज अ स्टॉप लॉस ऑप्शन। वी कैन इंट्रोड्यूस समथिंग विच इज हायर वैल्यू ऑप्शन। तो अगर मान लीजिए आप एग्जिट हायर वैल्यू ऑप्शन करते तो अगर उस समय पुट एक्सपेंसिव है तो पुट कटेगा, अगर कॉल एक्सपेंसिव है तो कॉल कटेगा। बट मेरे एक्सपीरियंस में जो मुझे लगता है राइट इज दैट इज द वर्स्ट टाइम टू एग्जिट लूजिंग लेग, क्योंकि अगर आप वहां से फिर रिवर्सल आ गया तो क्या हुआ। और हमने ये देखा है कितनी बार कि एक फुल रेड कैंडल आती है उसके बाद एक फुल ग्रीन कैंडल आती है। तो आई विल गेट हिट बोथ साइड्स क्योंकि मैं नीचे गिरते मार्केट में पुट से निकल गया था, फिर कॉल्स रख लिए मैंने और पता चला रिवर्सल हुआ, अब कॉल स्पाइक हो गया, मेरे पास पुट्स है नहीं उसको कॉम्पनसेट करने के। तो उससे बेटर ये होगा कि अगर आपको करना भी है तो आप एस एल विद टी एस एल लगा लीजिए। यहाँ पे मैं मान लीजिए अगर ये 80 पॉइंट्स का करता हूँ इसको भी 80 पॉइंट्स का देता हूँ। मैं यहाँ पे एस लगा दिया दोनों लेग पे और मैंने TSL लगा दिया। तो अब मार्केट किसी भी डायरेक्शन में जाएगा, मान लीजिए बड़ा मूव नीचे आया तो मेरा पुट कट जाएगा, लेकिन उस समय क्योंकि कॉल्स में डिके होगा तो मेरा TSL प्रोटेक्ट करेगा, तो वो स्टॉप लॉस को कम करता जाएगा। तो आप जो करना चाहते हैं उसको बेटर तरीका मेरे हिसाब से शायद ये है, क्योंकि उससे होगा ये कि आपका लॉस थोड़ा कंटेंट रहेगा इन केस मार्केट ने सडन रिवर्सल दिया तो। संजीव जी, आई होप आपका सवाल का जवाब दे पाया हूँ मैं। ओके, मैं सिस्टम में जस्ट अपने को प्रोटेक्शन के लिए ये 95 का रूल अभी भी लगा के छोड़ रहा हूँ। बस पॉसिबल है कि किसी भी डायरेक्शन में अभी भी मूव आ सकता है। इट्स स्टिल 11:30 ओनली एंड IVs आर एक्चुअली इंक्रीजिंग, IVs कम नहीं हो रहे हैं। वी आर स्टिल upwards of 20 on the put side and upward of 17 on the call side. सिमिलरली चार्ट में भी अगर मैं देखूंगा तो अगर नीचे का डाउन मूव नहीं आ रहा तो अप मूव का होप है अभी मार्केट में। 70 पॉइंट्स अप मूव का, और अगर ब्रेक डाउन होता है तो 100 पॉइंट्स का डाउन मूव का पॉसिबिलिटी है अभी। तो दोनों साइड में देयर इज अ डिसेंट रिस्क, वी आर राइट इन द मिडिल राइट नाउ। तो अगर इससे नीचे गया तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद नीचे आ सकता है, और अगर ब्रेक डाउन नहीं हुआ, यहीं कंसोलिडेशन करके रिवर्सल लिया तो 100 पॉइंट अप मूव हो सकता है। एंड थोड़ा बहुत आपको आइडिया प्राइजेस से भी लगेगा। आप देखोगे तो हम ऑब्वियसली स्पॉट इज एट एग्जैक्ट 24,600, लेकिन 50 पॉइंट दूर का जो ऑप्शन है इट इज ट्रेडिंग एट रफली द सेम प्राइस जितना अभी एट द मनी कॉल ऑप्शन ट्रेड कर रहा है, right? तो फियर ऑन द डाउन साइड इज एक्चुअली मच हायर अभी कंपेयर टू फियर ऑन द अपसाइड। एंड ये सारी चीजें आपको, काफी चीजें आपको ग्रीक से भी पता चल रही है, क्योंकि अगर आप आईवी देखेंगे तो दे आर ऑन अ हायर साइड कंपेयर टू IVs on the call side. तो आई थिंक अभी मैं एक काम करूंगा, सिंस मार्केट इज ऑलरेडी गिविंग मी सम इंडिकेशन कि गिरने के चांसेस ज़्यादा लग रहे हैं, प्रीमियम्स अभी भी लोग सस्ते नहीं बेचने को तैयार हैं, तो आई एम गोना शिफ्ट माय पोजीशन टू अ स्ट्रैंगल, राइट? तो अब मैंने थोड़ा सा अपना प्रीमियम एडजस्ट करके इसको, क्योंकि अब मैं स्ट्रैंगल पे आ चुका हूँ, मैं इसको 25% कर दूँ। तो मुझे प्रीमियम्स कुछ बता रहे हैं, प्राइस जनरली कुछ कहानी बता रहा होता है। सो अगर प्राइस कुछ बोल रहा है और प्राइस क्लियरली अभी तो ये बता रहा है कि नीचे का डर ज़्यादा है, तो पुट ऑप्शन सेलर्स को डर लग रहा है कि मार्केट नीचे आएगा, वो कम प्रीमियम में बेचने को तैयार नहीं है। तो दैट्स व्हाई कॉल आर करंटली चीप, बट पुट्स आर 50 पॉइंट पुट इज स्टिल ट्रेडिंग एट द सेम प्राइस एट द प्राइस ऑफ एन ATM, तो उसका इंडिकेशन लेके मैंने अपना पोजीशन को थोड़ा सा दूर कर दिया पुट साइड में। रूल अभी भी यही रखा है कि अगर 95 ATM के ऊपर चला गया, अगर ATM स्ट्रैडल का प्राइस 95 के ऊपर चला जाता है तो मैं आधी क्वांटिटी काट दूंगा, वो आधी क्वांटिटी क्या कटेगी, जो भी मेरी ओपन पोजीशन से, राइट, विच इज ये चारों लेग का आधा कट जाएगा। तो अगर 1000 क्वांटिटी होती तो 500 हो जाती, 10,000 होती तो 5000 हो जाती। तो डिपेंडिंग ऑन आपकी जो क्वांटिटी उस टाइम पे है, जब ये 95 टच करेगा तो उस क्वांटिटी का हाफ हो जाएगा। रिमूव एस एल टी एस एल, मैं एस एल टी एस एल के साथ जनरली काम नहीं करता हूँ, तो मैं उस चीज़ को हटा दिया। तो अभी रूल्स में क्लियरली एक ही चीज़ है, वो है अगर 17 पॉइंट का मूव आए, 17 पॉइंट का मूव डिफरेंस में आया बेसिकली, मतलब अगर पुट्स पहुंच गया 50 और कॉल्स हो गया 37, तब जाके कॉल्स पास में आएंगे। और मार्केट अगर अप मूव देगा तो ऑब्वियसली पुट्स में डिसेंट दिखे आ जाएगा, और पुट्स तब मैं पास में ला सकता हूँ। तो प्राइस डिफरेंस कैसे डिसाइड करता हूँ, मैं एक ही सवाल पूछता हूँ, मार्केट, मुझे नहीं पता मार्केट कहाँ जाएगा, राइट, मैं मार्केट का रीड नहीं कर पाता, मेरी रीडिंग इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, बहुत एक्सपर्ट्स होंगे जो रीड कर सकते हैं मार्केट को कि मार्केट कहाँ जाएगा, राइट। मैं मानता हूँ मार्केट कहीं भी जाए, मुझे पैसा कमाना है, वो ऊपर जाए तो ऊपर, नीचे जाए तो नीचे, इर्रिस्पेक्टिव कि मार्केट कहाँ जाएगा। मेरा एंड रिजल्ट ये है कि ना कि ये डिसाइड करना कि मार्केट कहाँ जाएगा, बल्कि मैं पैसा कैसे कमा सकता हूँ। तो अगर ऊपर जाएगा मार्केट, तो मुझे इतना पता है कि कॉल्स में स्पाइक आएगा, राइट, अगर मार्केट ऊपर जा रहा है तो ये कॉल 37 का जाएगा। अभी मैं यहाँ पे रिफ्रेश कर देता हूँ, ठीक है, अभी आप देखेंगे तो अगर अगर यहाँ पे डिफरेंस कॉलम पे नोट करिएगा, right? अगर डीके आ रहा है तो दोनों में डिफरेंस नेगेटिव आ जाएगा। अगर मार्केट ऊपर की तरफ जा रहा है तो कॉल चढ़ेगा, डिफरेंस कॉलम अगर +1 होगा, तो अगर सब कुछ हटा दें, राइट, सारी चीज़ें अगर हम भूल जाएं, तो जनरली एक बेसिक लॉजिक क्या बोलता है कि अगर हमने 100 का कॉल 100 का पुट बेचा है, मार्केट 1 पॉइंट 10 पॉइंट ऊपर चढ़ता है और मेरा कॉल अगर 5 पॉइंट से चढ़ता है, तो मेरा पुट भी 5 पॉइंट से गिरना चाहिए। हम इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू हटा दें, डेल्टा हटा दें, गामा हटा दें, सारा बाकी सारी चीज़ों को हटा दें, तो अगर मार्केट ऊपर जा रहा है, तो अगर 10 पॉइंट से मेरा कॉल चल रहा है, तो क्या मेरा पुट 10 पॉइंट से गिरेगा? अगर उसका सवाल ना है, राइट, कि किसी भी कारण से 10 पॉइंट का मेरा कॉल चढ़ा, तो 10 पॉइंट के पुट के प्रोबेबिलिटी बहुत कम है, देन मेरा जो डिफरेंस का लॉजिक है वो ये कहता है एक टाइम के बाद वो डिफरेंस बढ़ जाएगा। कॉल अगर 20 पॉइंट चढ़ा तो कितना पॉइंट पुट गिरेगा? मान लीजिए 15 गिरेगा। कॉल अगर 30 चढ़ा तो पुट कितना गिरेगा? हो सकता है 25। तो वो मैथ दिमाग में चलता है, वो मैथ कहता है कि इतने पॉइंट्स के बाद दूसरा साइड उसको कॉम्पनसेट नहीं कर पाएगा। तो अगर नहीं कर पाएगा तो मेरे पास दो ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं जो साइड चढ़ रहा है उसको दूर ले जाऊं, तो अगर मार्केट ऊपर जा रहा है तो मैं कॉल्स को दूर ले जाऊं। दूसरा ऑप्शन होता है कि मैं पुट्स को पास ले आऊं। तो इस प्राइस डिफरेंस के थ्रू मैं पुट्स को पास लेके आ रहा हूँ। कब लेके आ रहा हूँ वो डिसाइड कर रहा है प्राइस डिफरेंस। और उसका लॉजिक प्योरली ये है कि अगर 10 पॉइंट कॉल चढ़ा तो क्या पुट 8 पॉइंट तक देगा मुझे? अगर हाँ देगा तो सिचुएशन ठीक है, पर उसके बाद अगर ये 13 पॉइंट चढ़ा कॉल, तो क्या पुट में डिके आएगा उसके प्रोपोर्शनेटली और उसके आसपास भी? अगर उसका सवाल नहीं आता है तो वो वैल्यू मेरी प्राइस डिफरेंस हो जाती है। जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल अभी यहाँ पे 35-35 पे दोनों चल रहे हैं। अगर मार्केट ऊपर जाता है तो 10 पॉइंट अगर ऊपर चढ़ता है तो 35 से 45 हो जाता है कॉल। पुट 8 पॉइंट से ज़्यादा नहीं देगा उस समय, तो पुट मेरा 27 के आसपास आ जाता है, 27-28 के आसपास। तो 27 का ये, और हमने बोला 45 का ये, राइट, तो 27 और 45 उसके बाद बस क्यों बढ़ गया कि अब कॉल में जो चढ़ेगा वो काफ़ी तेज चढ़ेगा और पुट उतना नहीं डिके करेगा। तो मुझे उस टाइम पे 24,600 के पुट पे आना है, और उसका भाव उस समय रफली 40 के आसपास चल रहा है, तो वो कॉम्पनसेट करेगा। तो ये लॉजिक से मेरा रिवर्स मैथ्स चलता है, उस रिवर्स मैथ से एक वैल्यू आती है, उस वैल्यू से परसेंटेज डिसाइड होता है, उस परसेंटेज से वैल्यू डिसाइड होता है। तो अगर आप मैथ्स करने जाएंगे तो आपको मैथ्स सिर्फ सिंपल एक ही चीज़ करनी है, कितने पॉइंट्स के बाद दूसरी साइड मुझे कॉम्पनसेट नहीं करेगी, और वो जो भी वैल्यू आती है उस वैल्यू को आप रिवर्स मैथमेटिक्स से कंबाइंड एलटीपी का परसेंटेज कर सकते हैं। अगर आपको वो नहीं करना तो आप एक्चुअल वैल्यू डाल सकते हैं। और ये अगर एक्सप्लेनेशन काफ़ी लंबा था, लेकिन आई ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन एज मच एज पॉसिबल। तो मैं प्रेडिक्ट नहीं करता कभी भी मार्केट को, राइट। अगर मार्केट ऊपर जाएगा तो मैं उस हिसाब से एक्ट करूंगा, अगर मार्केट उसके नीचे जाएगा तो मैं उसके हिसाब से एक्ट करूंगा, क्योंकि अ, मुझे मुझे नहीं आता प्रेडिक्ट करना कि मार्केट कहाँ जाएगा। -1 जब हम यहाँ पे डालते हैं, राइट, -1 काफ़ी कम जगह पे है। -1 फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं एंट्री ले रहा हूँ और मैं यहाँ पे -1 देता हूँ, तो दैट इज़ फॉर एटीएम स्ट्रैटेजी। मतलब मैं बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट कह रहा हूँ कि मुझे कुछ नहीं करना, मुझे -1 अगर यहाँ सेलेक्ट करता हूँ तो मुझे एटीएम स्ट्रैटेजी चाहिए। मैं उसका एक एग्जांपल लेके दिखा सकता हूँ आपको यहाँ पे। एक और इंस्टेंस खोल रहा हूँ विच इज़ ऑन अ पेपर ट्रेड नाउ। तो मान लीजिए मुझे निफ्टी का स्ट्रैडल लेना है, और मुझे कुछ फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कि मार्केट कहाँ है, मुझे सिर्फ स्ट्रैडल लेना है। एक एग्जांपल की तौर पे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, ऑब्वियसली ऐसा 90% लोग नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन मुझे यहाँ -1 सेलेक्ट करा और -1 सेलेक्ट करा, तो मैंने सिस्टम को बोला कि जो भी स्पॉट चल रहा है उसके हिसाब से मुझे 600 क्वांटिटी डाल दो, बस। यहाँ पे मैंने एंटर करा तो जो स्पॉट चल रहा है उस हिसाब से 600 क्वांटिटी डाल दे। स्पॉट अभी 24,600 चल रहा था, और वर्सेस अगर मुझे चाहिए कि मेरे को जो चीज़, मान लीजिए कॉल में 110 की चल रही है और पुट में 24 की चल रही है, ये कॉम्बिनेशन का बेचना है और मुझे ये 900 क्वांटिटी बेचनी है, तो अब वो भाव ढूंढेगा, वो रेट ढूंढेगा कौन सा चल रहा था। और यहाँ पे आप देखोगे तो ये 900 वाला उसने निकाला, क्योंकि मैंने बोला था कि 120 का और 110 का और 20 की 24 के आसपास का। तो अगर आपको वो चीज़ नहीं करनी और आपको स्ट्रैडल लेना है तो आप यहाँ पे -1 कर सकते हैं। तो जस्ट टू लेट यू नो, जो लोग लेट ज्वाइन करे हैं, हमने अंडर 50 लाख का कैपिटल डिप्लॉय कर रखा है अभी, और हमारा पीएनएल चार्ट इज समथिंग लाइक दिस। मैंने सुबह ही एंट्री ले ली थी। सुबह जब मुझे मेरे जो क्राइटेरियाज थे वो मीट हुए, तब मैंने 9:15 पे ही एंट्री मार ली थी। अ, यहाँ पे उस पे मेरा एमटीएम ऑब्वियसली वेंट ऑल द वे टू 55, वहाँ से 10, और अभी हम 15 से 30 की रेंज में ऑसिलेट कर रहे हैं। इसको मैं बंद कर देता हूँ अभी। फॉर द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ द अकाउंट मैंने दो चीज़ें कर रखी है। अगर ये 95 के ऊपर जाता है कंबाइंड प्रीमियम, तो मुझे आधी पोजीशन को एग्जिट करना है। अ, और दूसरा, मेरे पास प्राइस डिफरेंस चल रहा है जो कि 18 पॉइंट्स। आईवीज हैव गॉन अप, राइट। अभी मैं आईवीज चेक कर रहा हूँ तो मुझे आईवीज रफली 17 से 24-25 की रेंज में दिख रहे हैं, तो देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि मार्केट में एक मूव आए। प्राइस चेक इज वेरी स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड। प्राइस चेक आपको, आपने अगर, मैंने जैसे प्राइस चेक अगर 75, यहाँ पे मैं 100 कर देता हूँ एग्जाम्पल के लिए, और 100, अभी मैंने ये प्राइस चेक लगाया है, तो मेरा ये कहने का है कि मेरा कोई भी कॉल अगर 100 के ऊपर चला जाता है तो उस कॉल को दूर ले जाओ। तो अगर मेरा 24,600 का कॉल का एलटीपी 100 रुपये की टच करता है, तो उस कॉल को स्क्वायर ऑफ करके दूसरा कॉल जो दूर है उससे 24,650 उस पर ले जाओ। सिमिलरली मैं वही चीज़ पुट में कह रहा हूँ। और एक और ऑप्शन है कि मैं उसको एग्जिट ही कर जाऊँ, अगर वो 100 चला गया तो वो लेग एग्जिट हो जाए। ये दोनों चीज़ कर सकता है। अगर आपने एग्जिट क्लिक कर रखा है तो एग्जिट 100 चला गया तो एग्जिट हो जाएगा, और अगर एग्जिट चेक नहीं कर रखा है तो जब वो 100 से ऊपर जाएगा तो शिफ्ट कर जाएगा। तो ये दूर दूर जाने के काम करता है। ओके, हाय। मैं एक 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लूंगा। ब्रेक के बाद आपके कोई भी सवाल है तो आई ट्राई एंड आंसर देम। फ्री ट्रेड से कैसे प्रोटेक्ट करता है ट्रेड? फ्री ट्रेड से प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए काफ़ी ऑप्शंस हैं, राइट। द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट इज, आप यहाँ पे एक मैक्स प्राइस का कंसेप्ट है। एज अ सेलर मेरा इंटेंशन है कि एज अ सेलर मेरा इंटेंशन है, मुझे पता है कि मैं 30-30 रुपए की बेच रहा हूँ, राइट। फ्री ट्रेड का मतलब क्या हुआ कि वो एक झटके में, मान लीजिए ये 32 का 450 हो गया, अगर ये 32 का सीधा 300 हो जाता है इन फॉर जस्ट कपल ऑफ टिक्स, राइट, एक टिक के लिए या दो टिक के लिए, दैट इज जनरली अ फ्री ट्रेड। अगर ये ग्रेजुअली बढ़ रहा है, 60 जाता है, फिर 80 जाता है, फिर 100 जाता है, फिर 120 जाता है, फिर 200 जाता है, तो वो फ्री ट्रेड नहीं कहलाएगा, राइट। फ्री ट्रेड इज बेसिकली एक सडन फ्रीक एंट्री हुई, और उस फ्रीक एंट्री के कारण उसका इरेटिक प्राइस मूवमेंट हुआ, और वो 30 से सीधा 350 चला गया एक ही टिक में या दो ही टिक में। तो उससे बचाने के लिए हमारे पास एक मैक्स प्राइस का ऑप्शन है। मैक्स प्राइस बेसिकली कहता है कि सिस्टम को, अभी मेरा 500 है जो कि मैं जनरली डिफ़ॉल्ट रखता हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा ज़्यादा कुछ छेड़ता नहीं हूँ, पर इसका तो अगर मैं यहाँ पे 200 कर देता हूँ, तो उसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि अब अगर सडनली मार्केट में एक फ्री ट्रेड हुआ, और अगर इस कॉल का प्राइस 200 के ऊपर चला गया, तो सिस्टम उसका बाय ऑर्डर नहीं मारेगा, आपको वो मैनुअली ही काटना पड़ेगा। जब तक वो 200 के नीचे नहीं आएगा, तब तक सिस्टम उसमें बाय ऑर्डर नहीं मारेगा। तो ऑब्वियसली ये सबसे बेस्ट काम करेगा जब मैं लिमिट ऑर्डर्स करता हूँ, क्योंकि मार्केट में आपको पता नहीं है। मार्केट में हो सकता है जब आपने एंट्री डाली, मार्केट ऑर्डर मतलब आपका ब्रोकर उसको जीरो करके भेजता है एक्सचेंज। तो उस समय एक्सचेंज पे जो फिल मिला वो प्राइस हो सकती है 250 भी हो सकता है, 800 भी हो सकता है, 2000 भी हो। तो मार्केट ऑर्डर्स में फ्री ट्रेड प्रोटेक्शन नहीं होता, इट्स ओनली इन लिमिट ऑर्डर्स। बट इवन इन मार्केट ऑर्डर, मान लीजिए आपने वेट को अगर 3 रखा था, अगर मैंने इस वेट को 3 रखा था, तो वो 3 कंसेक्यूटिव टाइम्स तक चेक करता है प्राइस को, और कहता है कि क्या प्राइस मेरी 200 के नीचे है। अगर 3 कंसेक्यूटिव प्राइस अपडेट्स तक प्राइस 200 के नीचे है तो ही बाय ऑर्डर मारेगा, फिर भले ही फिर वो मार्केट पे हो। तो ये कॉम्बिनेशन आपको फ्री ट्रेड से बहुत इजीली बचा सकता है। हमारे यूजर्स हैं जिनको फ्री ट्रेड से बहुत बाहर प्रोटेक्शन मिला है। आई थिंक वन ऑफ आर यूजर्स को मनी कंट्रोल में भी इंटरव्यू आया था, बिकॉज ही मेड लॉट ऑफ मनी, ही वाज ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द फ्री ट्रेड। तो he got very lucky, and there are users जिनको free trade से multiple times protection मिला। I'm gonna just make this to 400 and back to one tick. Okay, we have 50 plus users watching it. I highly recommend that you please subscribe, so that we are launching a few set of features. We are working with adding dynamic Greeks, some rules, some new videos explaining all the features. So do subscribe to our channel so that you keep getting these updates. And if you haven't liked our video so far, and if you think it's worth liking, do like, subscribe and share. This gives us more motivation to come live, do this more often. Thank you so much. I will be back in 10 minutes, taking a 10 to 15 minutes break. Okay, so I'm back in front of the screen. Let's see what is going on. Interesting. So this checkbox got unchecked. Basically means that the premiums went all the way to 95 and half of the quantity got exited. And there was an adjustment in the down move where the calls came closer. Right? So uh, I'd asked the team to set the percentage to 35 and they did. And that's why it's 30%. And let's do one thing now. Let's look at the chart again and see if this is the chart telling. So IVs are still hovering around 20, so we will be a little cautious. And like I was expecting, if it breaks down, then there is a possibility of going all the way down till here, right? So we'll position our uh, account accordingly. Let's do one thing. Let's see if I can create some rules on the call side and try and capture 100 points. Gonna be 900, right? So I'm gonna do maybe 200 at 1 point. We will say add hedges for, we are roughly 200 points, 300 points away. Let's do 300 points and add hedges. Yeah, so if it goes to 44, 45, 48, and on the put side, add slowly with a difference of 1 point. Instead of 1, we'll make it 2. Right? So we only deployed 24, right? So we had a rule since I was not in front of the system and IVs were rising. So if it went above 95 on the combined, it should exit half of the position. So that worked beautifully. Exited half of the position. Now we're getting some of the calls. So we got call at 43.85. I don't want this to be so close. At 200. So we are what, 250. Let's do 700. Interesting, right? So decent decay, but before the decay there was a sudden spike, and in that spike we wanted to protect ourselves, so we had this rule of 80 95 and we exited at 95. From there the decay did happen and we back to under 80. So it's better to be safe than sorry, and that's what the intention was, especially when you're not in front of the screen, right? So you want to make sure that you are protected in case of a sudden moves. Now we've said that we'll go inverted when there's a 30-point difference. So for that to happen, either the market needs to move at least 20 points on the downside or on the upside. And we are slowly adding more quantity at better prices now. So at 38, at 40, at 42, at 44, right? So slowly, since IBs are still hovering around 22, so, and you can see that the prices are actually, both call and put prices have gone up. level. Okay, so we got at 46 also. The puts we got at 40, and now we may get it at 42. Interesting. There has been no movement, but the prices have gone up. So we'll add 100, and we are saying that we'll add at 43, 49, 50, 51, 52, 50. So it's upon your comfort level, right? So it depends on what you are comfortable with. Also the quantity, right? So everybody's risk appetite is different. So I usually tend to try and reduce quantity if the IVs are going above 30. My experience, I've seen that if the IVs are increasing, that's for me a slight red flag, and I would try and reduce the quantity if it's going above 30 for sure. So you can check the different options available on our website. I'll just post the link to our website as well. Uh, you can try out the product. We have a 15-day trial. If you haven't taken a trial yet, you can take a trial for 15 days for a nominal amount, and then based on the comfort level, you can go for higher options, a longer term subscription. Looks like we are benefiting from the entry, the exit and entry is actually helping us now. So the premiums around 80, 82 right now. So if it goes above 100, then we are exiting half of the position. We did get some entries on the put side also at 40 and 42, and on the call we had an entry for almost 1000 only, ranging from 42 to 48. Since my view is slightly bearish, so that's why I'm adding more calls in case if there's a slight reversal to take an entry at a better price. Puts, that skew is already visible, right? There's a 700 quantity skew on the put side. The calls are 700 more than the puts. Now I still have protection in terms of 35% of the combined premium, which put me around 30. Right? So if the market continues to go up, then the puts will come closer and it will become an inverted triangle. So there is a chance that there is some support here. Trying to look at the longer time frame. Yeah, looks like there was a support here. The market has actually tried to reverse from here on a longer time frame. The IVs are still within my comfort level, so I'm not gonna take any manual action as of now. We got another 100 calls at 49. That's this. So you can see the power, right? Instead of entering manually, you can create rules and you can leave the rules to get a better entry at a better price. What I'm also going to do right now is, since the hedges are less than 2, is when I'm buying 2000 hedges. If it goes less than 2, then I'm okay to bring hedges closer. Let's do the same for put as well. The put, we are looking at for 200, 300. For 200 is fine. It's less than 1.5, then I'm gonna buy 1200. So let's just clean this up. We'll have this, and then we're at 38, 40, and 42. On the call, we got an entry at 49. So you can see in the move also, the prices on the call side is not increasing a lot. Right? So the market is not expecting up move to, at least that's what the price is telling right now. we got the hedges, so I'm gonna just remove the extra hedges. Yeah, margin of time list. Okay. On the call, we said we'll take more if it goes below 2. That's all. If the hedges. Okay. Makes us fine. Up move continues. See where we said we're going to take more if it goes to 50, 51, and 52. And Q is currently 20 points. So if, yeah, I think I'll make it 30%, around 22. Let's make it 25 manual. So the reason is if the up move continues, 28 is fine. If the up move continues, the puts currently are at 55. Right? So if I have to go inverted, I need to go inverted when the puts are around 40, 42 to compensate for the calls, which will be around 40, 52, 54. Not before that. Because I'm taking a little biased view that the market is not going to go up. Even if it goes up to 24,595, there's a decent resistance from here, is what my view is, right? Which could completely be wrong. So in that case, I need to protect myself, and that's why the price difference will help me by coming into an inverted triangle. Okay, so we got some puts, right? So we got around 100 puts at 38. So look at the ATM straddles, still at 82. That's which is. I'm gonna uncheck this. No point right now for me to keep this. We'll see if we have to. We got even more at. Okay, so I got the hedges at 2 rupees, so I'm gonna just exit these. My margin is still under 50 that I was planning to keep. Okay, so in this, and now I'm gonna add this at 300 from 35, 38, 41, 47. In case if there's a move, because we are sitting at a decent profit, so there is a slight risk that I can take, and I'm noticing that the IVs have actually under 20. So on the put side, it's still above 20, but on the call side, it's under 20. And already my position is quite skewed. Right? I have 700 point difference and a 700 quantity difference in calls and puts. So okay to get some more puts at a better price. We are adding more at 50, 51, and 52. So some gap here. Another P&L chart. Been fairly in positive territory throughout the day. Right? So from 10,000 to it's like upper highs, higher high, higher low on the P&L chart as well for us. if you break the 55 555 mark at this line here, then I will be a little cautious. We got some puts though. We got some 100 puts on the puts. We got around 35. We got 100 quantity more. Since my skew is little larger in terms of quantity, that's why I'm slowly adding on the put side at a better price. So even if the market goes down from there, my entries are at a better price. And the IVs are actually going high again. See that the IVs are increasing. So here on the downside is again building up. So one thing I'm going to do is remove at 38. I'll take it at 41 and 47. 41, 44 and 47, not before. My real worry is now on the upside, right? Because although the premiums on the put are higher, indicating that there is a fear on the downside, but the calls are not giving up. It's 1 o'clock. Looks like some decay coming in. 82, 83, it's gone to 77. Calls have also given up a few points. We got some puts as well. Both calls and puts are increasing. Not much, but a bit. The IVs are increasing. That's it. So yeah, IVs are above 30 now. At least on the put side, it's touching 30. I'm going to be a little cautious now. a lot of consolidation in this range right now. So for last 45 minutes. So take it at 41. We'll take it at 44 and 47. I'm gonna bring this to 22 because I can see that the prices. You can notice, right? The puts have climbed up 7 points and the calls have not given up a single penny. So that's a sign that there is a fear on the downside now. We have to be mindful with our settings, right? We've reduced to 22 so that I can go into an inverted state if market breaks down. One more thing to note, right? We took the hedges at 2. The hedge itself is now at 3. So we still have a long way to go. Still 2.5 hours left. If the IVs go above 35, then I'm gonna definitely cut down on my positions. And one way of doing that is putting this at 95. Okay, so look, we were preparing for it, right? We got some position at 44 and our which is fine. There was a sudden spike and we got an entry at 44. So let me show you that in the chart, right? So this was the move. Then the sudden reversal. So we got some quantity at 44. It didn't go to 47, else we would have gotten 47 as well. Leave it at 20. So the benefit of that rule, right? We got 200 quantity at very good price of 44.25. If it had gone to 47 also, we would have taken entry there as well. My weight was just one tick. That's why this we were able to achieve. And no other adjustment actually happened because the call didn't give up. The call was still at the same price. Look at that. Now IVs are still below 30, so which is fine. I'm gonna just take the benefit of this if it happens. Shift to a cheaper put hedge for now, and then bring it again closer if I see some point in coming closer. Yes, so there's a question on the chat where this count, right? So I'll just show that also in action. We will, I'll open another paper trade. So let's say I want to take some Nifty position. I'm doing a paper trade here, but I want to enter only in spikes, right? So let's say if I want to have a rule where I can say sell how many quantity, right? I want to sell, let's say 200 quantity. How many rows do I want to add? Let's say I want to add 3 rows and with a gap of, let's say 5 points. So if I click on add here, you'll see there are 3 rows that comes up, right? So from the price, it added 3, so around 5 points, right? So it was around 34, so it made 39, 44, 49. I can clear this and say, okay, I want 5 entries with 1 point gap. Then it will add 5 entries, 5 rows, each of 200. Check boxes are checked, and those are the values, right? So from 34 all the way to 38. So this gives me full flexibility of on a single click, I can create rules. So a faster way of adding position based on rules, but instead of clicking add, I can do that, say 3 entries of these, each with a gap of 2 rupees. Then 35, 37, 39, 3 count as decides how many rows I'm trying to add. Let's say I want the system to decide, then I can leave it to 0. And then based on the price, it will add. So from 33, 34. So we've created logics where if the LTP is above certain level, then add 1 point if it's below certain level, right? So there are rules for it. For example, let me just clear this. If I do this with 0, then you'll see it's a 2-point gap. So if you don't want to define and you want to leave it to system, the system will decide based on the LTP. If you want a specific gap, then you can say, I'll just clear this and say add. Now it's a 1-point gap. Yeah, I hope that clears the question, the doubt around it. Okay, so our profits are increasing now because there's a very good decay that happened from 70. So I'm gonna just exit this. From I think the market was anticipating that move, and now there's a decent decay. For this move, there was a IV spike, and then we got protected in that spike, and now it's paying off. So we've deployed only 45 lakhs, and we are currently at 2%. So now we haven't done anything magical. Right? We've just followed certain rules, and we've tried to stick by those rules. I'm gonna make this as 35 again and do a refresh this time. So it's 19 points. If you are watching this and you find even a small value in what we're doing, do subscribe to the channel, do like the video, so that it gives me and the team motivation to keep doing this on a longer run. So going back to what we benefited was at 44, right? We got some entry, and that's visible here. This one, the 200 quantity. In that sudden spike, we were benefited by getting an entry at 44. If it had gone to 47 and stayed above 47 for one tick, would have gotten this entry as well. So the premiums had gone all the way to 55, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to have another loop which will say if it goes below 50, I'm going to exit half. So this is me booking some profits. We still have good 2 hours left. So if I'm able to capture, I'm pretty much capturing roughly 2% on the capital deployed, right? And there is still quite a lot of time left in the market to close. So we'll exit half quantity, and then we'll see if there's a better entry point for us to enter, right? So if there's a decay and it goes, the combined straddle goes below 50, then or at 50 and below, then we are booking some profits. In the meantime, I got some hedges I wanted to come closer. So I'm trying to control the risk as well by shifting the hedges closer. We take a look at the IVs as well. Let's see, where is the, be telling me that it's safe. It's still about 20, right? So I'll rather book half of the quantity right now. If it had gone below 15, then I would go all in. So if it goes below 50, we are booking half of the quantity. This is the rule that I'm talking about. If it's less than 50, exit half. Like if that happens, we will touch the 1 lakh mark. We've had a few rough days when we started doing live trading. Okay, so it looks like we've exited half of the quantity as premiums went below 50. So the combined premium went below 50, and that's when I exited half of the quantity. This gives us a lot of cushioning now because the quantity is half. I am now using only 21 lakhs of the margin. So obviously the risk is also less. We've captured some of our profits now. Now the question is, we are sitting at a straddle where the prices are quite skewed. Right? So do I want to sit into this position, or if the downward continues, then anyway it will get converted into an inverted triangle, which I'm okay with. Any questions so far? If you have any questions, please feel free to put those on the chat, on the YouTube chat, or you send us a message on WhatsApp numbers. Now, don't go by this ROI percent because I had deployed up to 50 lakhs at a certain point of time. So overall, the ROI is 2%, and 2% of the total capital deployed. What I'm gonna try and do now is, if it's greater than 75, then I'm gonna sell 900 quantity. Right? So we'll try and take some benefit if there's a sudden spike. So this will also help me if there is a sudden spike and we want to take an entry. I don't have to be in front of the system for that to happen. If there's a sudden spike and the premium goes above 75, then we'll take some more entries. At this point of time, I'm going to just remove the existing routes, take a look at if I need to create routes for some quantity now. Try and create and take entries at better rates. Yeah, can be 3, and because I am still worried on the downside, so I'm going to keep the quantity and the pricing such that if there's a down move, I will try and take an entry at a better prices with the price difference also checked. So now I have 3 rules, right? So I have put rules which will try to give me a better entry at a better price with smaller quantities. I'm not going all in with on the downside, on the put side, sorry. On the call, I'm okay to go double the quantity with price difference of 2 points. Right? So it's a 20, 22, 24, 26. If there's a sudden move on the upside, I want to take the benefit of that and enter some more quantity. Along with that, I have a third rule which says add more if goes above 75. Right? Obviously, we exited at 50, it has gone down to 44, but you can't. There's no way to know, right, whether it would keep going down or whether it will reverse from there. So I wanted to just book some profits, sitting at a decent profit of 2% so far, and we still have 2 hours left. So there's a lot that can happen in the market in 2 hours. And the main reason of exiting was that the IVs were still hovering around 20, which is not the case now. If you see that the IVs have now collapsed completely and IVs under 20 for both call and put. So it's possible that they may rise again. It's possible that there is no rise and the market continues to stay in this range, but I will now only add quantities when I'm getting a better rate, not before that. So we may miss out on the last 40 points, which is completely okay, but we may not miss out completely because we still have half quantity. Right? So it's not that I'm missing out completely on the last 40 points on the strategy. But it would have hurt a lot if the prices, there is a sudden movement in the market and then we're back to where we started, right? So far, if it goes below 20, below 15 on the put side also, then I will definitely consider adding more with a very tight range. Since I've reduced the quantity, I don't want to pay unnecessary for the extra heavy premium the pages as well. If I look at my payoff graph now, there is 73,000 that I can make on top of this. So that would put us around 3% range, right? For the capital deployed. So everything I'm talking in terms of percentages, in terms of the capital that I've deployed. There is another way that I can use is I know right now I'm at this position. This is currently trading at 44, 43. I can say, okay, add 200 quantity, then it goes greater than 40. Right? So I can slowly add both the legs, right? Not just one leg. Then there is a spike, a combined spike in the premium. So that's another way of me adding small quantities in chunks, only when there's a spike. Else I'm still okay with what we have. We still have roughly 33, 34,000 to capture and still 2 hours left in the market. That's another thing to remember. Anything can happen in those 2 hours. There's a decent decay coming in now. You can see here 11 points in the call and 5 points in the put. So the good thing is I'm very comfortable with the position now. Not on the edge. I've booked decent profit, sitting in a rate where I can make another 30,000, puts me around 3% of the capital deployed. More than happy to say this is a good day for me. Hmm? Amazing decay. Just look at the way the prices have collapsed from 50 all the way to 35. And we're not missing out because we still have half of the quantity. So from 1 lakh, we went to 1,15,000 in a matter of 10 minutes. I'm honestly thinking whether I should leave the position now or not. Given us fairly good results so far. Oh, this is now the straddle is at 33 points. That's all, right? And there is 2 hours left in this straddle at 33. Just 2 hours left. So the maximum we can capture is 27,000 in this position, right? Amazing. What a linear decay that we've seen. IVs have crushed. These are below 15 now. Yeah, I'm not. We got some 200 quantity. Here's my call rule. Around one. Saddle had gone all the way to 30. I'm gonna. I'm gonna say if it's less than 30, I'm gonna exit off. I'm not comfortable if it goes below 30 straddle. I'm not gonna sit and fight for the last 30,000 when I've captured almost 1,20,000. So we'll create rules, and through rules I'll try and see if there's an entry. Else I'm very happy with the outcome so far. Get this. The risk reward is not in my favor now. So that's the main reason. If there is 30 points to be captured in a straddle on when there's still 2 hours left, I would rather sit with the profit versus trying to capture the last penny. That's just my thought process. I may be completely wrong here, but that's how I'm thinking right now. So the price difference with the lower, because the decay has happened so much, we went into inverted in that spike. 500 and 600. Let's just 220. I'm gonna just move both away to 8 and 11 is good enough. No other logic except for a trailing PNL of 20,000, a rolling PNL of 20,000. So if my profit goes below this, then now I'm at a triangle. So we were so close. It went all the way to 31, which is possible. If it goes below 30, we will still exit. Percent. It's not yet over. So let me just check if there's any rules. I'll just clear all the rules. Do this. Any ideas, any suggestions? What should I do? If you were in my place, what would you do? Anything? If let's say you were sitting in this position, what would you? What is your preferred take in this? If you can let me know in chat. Right? If it's foolish to exit right now, or you think it's a smart move. I'll give you a rationale behind why I'm doing this, right? How much am I? I'll be able to capture another 20,000, right? Let's say if I go to straddle also, it's going to be maximum of 35,000. I'm sitting at over 2% on the capital deployed. So I'm sitting at a decent amount right now. And we've seen Nifty is notorious. A move in either direction could just take away all the profits for the day. IVs are actually quite low. I won't say that the IVs are high. IVs are below 15. IVs are around 15 range. Let's see if there's anything in the comment. Any suggestions? Call it a day. Exiting is better. Reduce the quantity. Partial exit is an option as well. Yeah, so I've already done a partial exit. I was sitting around 2,000 quantity. From there, I've done, but I think I should also make sure that I do half of the exit in there. Yeah, 1/4, right? So not too skewed. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, 800, 800. Yeah. So what would you recommend? I think some would just keep exit PNL. See, the problem is with exit PNL SL, when a big move comes, right, we get a lot of slippage. It's a possibility of getting a lot of slippage then. So if I have to actually stay in this position, let's say if I have to do a vote, right? Let's do a vote. How many of people think that I should stay in this position? And I'm going to do what maximum votes are telling me. Can you run a vote, uh, a poll, and just ask if stay, exit, half exit? If majority says I need to stay, I'll stay. And then I'll tell how I'll stay. What will I do? So how I will have to stay in this position. Let me see if I can do that. But is the risk reward favorable? So my question is it worth risking your full day's effort for the last 15,000? Yeah, I can do an SLI broker. I've already reduced quantity. Let's look at the ATM straddle right now. It's at 32 and it's going up and down because we are at 75, right? We are at the 75 is a spot. So if it goes below 75, the ATM straddle becomes 24,550. If we are above, then it goes to 24,600. It's just jumping because we are also showing the strike as well. Okay, so for now I'll exit and then I'll take a break. Then we'll come back and discuss the re-entry into the market and what criteria I'll have for those re-entries. Most likely it's going to exit now because we are at 31. Right? If we do a re-entry and how and when I'll do a re-entry, we'll discuss that as well. Yeah, Vijay Kumarji, that's what the idea is. Right? I've done a rolling PNL of 20,000. So if the profit increases, if there's a sudden move, then I know as soon as the profit goes below 95,780, it's going to exit. Along with that, I've set a exit criteria. If the combined P&L goes below 30, I'm exiting. I had some rules which I've unchecked. I have no intention of adding right now. I will do a re-entry though, and I will show how I will be taking a re-entry. So most likely we will take our first exit here. I still have a price difference. Even if I'm doing with 800 quantity, I think rules are very important because we don't know if the market makes another 150 points point of time. The data is saying against it. If I have to look at the IBs, uh, those are under 15 right now, right? So the data is saying that it's not going to happen, but we remember April 18th. The data never gave us a sign. Nifty still moved quite a lot. So exactly, what if it hits a circuit? If there's a news flash right now, okay, that's it. Okay. We've exited the position at 1,15,350. We have no rules now. PNL, everything gets unchecked. Right? So if I show you that all these rules are unchecked, positions are clear. Let's go to the broker terminal and check that as well. We'll go to the trade genie and do a refresh, obviously. Okay, so I only have some futures in HDFC, which I'm gonna just show Nifty. So Nifty, we're doing 1.15 lakh. So I'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll discuss. I will take a re-entry, right? But I will show how I'll take a re-entry now, right? One thing that I'll leave in the system is if it's greater than 65, then I want to set 900 quantity. I will set the PNL with a rolling of 20,000. I will do a price difference of 30 with an auto update of 50%, because I don't know when the entry will happen and what happens at the entry. I have no control on that, right? So I'll still protect myself in case if there is an entry, sudden entry at 65, I get 70, not before, which is very unlikely, but if it happens, I'll consider myself very lucky. So with that, I will take a 10-minute break. Let's do one thing. Yeah, I think this is a good suggestion from my team. Right? What if I keep a paper trade? Right? What if I had stayed in that position? Let's do that. Do Nifty paper trade. Start. Just create a basket. Not even basket. Right away. Do a strangle. Or let's say a straddle. This is the straddle with hedges 500 points away, and we'll do this. Right? It's a paper trade right now. So with the same conditions, 50% equity now, because there is a huge decay that has happened. So 50% gives us around 14. That's it. Right? If I have to keep this, we'll just leave it and see what happens. And this is a paper trade versus this. On the left is a live trade. Right? So just to give you an idea how much in this, there's a 45,000 because I've deployed 1800. What is the margin? 44 lakhs. Maximum I can do this, but we'll consider taking a re-entry after 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm back in front of the system now. So, like promised, I will talk about how if I have to take a trade now with premiums as low as 25 on the straddle and still 1.5 hours left. So let's see how many people are. Okay, let's see. Uh, what are your thoughts? Should we re-enter now? Should we leave it as it is? See what the responses are. In the meantime, let me see what the data is trying to tell us. Yeah, the IVs are below now on around 10. So at this point of time, if I'd taken an entry, I would have made another 2000. Not too much for me to risk it, right? So what is the chart telling us? There's a chance of we are right in the center. 50-point up or down move is a possibility still. Straddle is around 25 at this point of time. This, I have to go, this is 66, to go inverted on this 9, and if I have to go inverted both ways, then it's 109. Basically, there's a 109 points versus a strangle is at 9. It's so this gives me a clear picture in terms of where the premiums are. So if I take a triangle right now, I can capture 9 points. If I take an inverted also, I'll capture around the same number of points. An inverted triangle with call in the money, and inverted triangle with put in the money, and this is a strat. Right? So this gives me a full picture in terms of where I am positioned if I take a entry right. So let's think about That's actually not a bad idea to check Sensex as well. But the problem is with Sensex, I can't read the data that accurately since it's look at Sensex though. What's the ATM straddle at 515? And if I look at Strangle, this is 600 point triangle is at 157. There's a decent decay that has happened from the opening. Okay, so we'll take an entry because majority is saying they want to see an entry. And here I'm going to say 2 points. So let's just clear this to 200. Let's do one. So we will take an entry only if the prices increase, not before that. We have a price difference of 50%. We have a rolling PNL of 20,000. Make it 90,000. So when an entry comes in, we'll be able to see. The put, we're saying, so I'm not taking an entry just at the face of it. Instead, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to take an entry only when there's a spike. So we say 26, 7, 8, 29. So if there's a spike, we get an entry. Because at the current prices, it's not something that I'm very comfortable with. Either sides. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do now. Let's look at our paper trade. Paper trade is still at 3,000 only, right? So not really something that was worthwhile, but since people are asking, I'm taking an entry. We got 200 at 1750 was there, but obviously it's a market with a hedges of 200 points. Sorry, hedges are 500 points. In custom, we have rules from 26 to 30. So if there's a spike, we will get some entry. And we also have a rule for 70, right, for 900. So a lot of combination. Obviously, this won't make any sense now. We'll just leave it at this. So at 26, 27, 28, 29, with one tick. Yes, thinking of taking it. Okay, so combined went to 26, 27. We got some entry. Make it 50. Okay, so on popular demand, we've taken an entry. We got an entry at 26, 27. Now at 28, it comes in. Let's just carefully look at the market. I'm going to close the paper trade now. Anyway, we are doing live now. Great. So, okay, so we got some more entry. There is a spike, and look at this. Okay, let's do an inverted then. We will move this closer. Yes, there is at 80 because we got an entry. 45 and 45. Okay, looks like we did get an entry all the way till here. Let's just remove these. Get the puts. We remove these. They add 200 2 point. Because our position is a little skewed as this point of time, so I'm basically making sure that taking more on the put side as well. If there's a slight reversal, but we will exit at 45, so I'll make it as 49. We'll shift it back and it goes to 49. Yeah, we're still under the 50 lakh rule that we follow. Let's just make this 50,000 as hard stop. We'll manage it all the way. It's okay. Whatever it is, we'll manage. Now you can see the premiums have gone above 30. So we took a re-entry only through rules where we said if the premiums go higher, then we will take an entry. Currently, all our calls, because obviously there was a recent up move, we got calls at prices roughly most of them around 20, 20.5, 20.7. Right? Most of them got triggered here. We are currently in an inverted position, but our puts are 1000 quantity and calls are 2000. So I'll just clean this up. We still have 1000 quantities on the put side that we can take. In the meantime, I'll look at the hedges as well. The hedges are quite far off. I don't want to take unwanted risk on the hedges by way too far. So make hedges roughly around just less than 7,000. and on the call side also, so that for 8 less than 1, then I will 1000 the hedge. So that way I'm bringing my hedges closer to reduce the risk if there's a huge movement on either side. Okay, we have a decent size of people looking at this. So we got some entry at 39. Yeah, that's the one. Got another 200 calls at 39. So if I take a strangle right now, it's giving me 11 points, and so is my inverted strangle. But if this goes to 49, is where this will be around 11 to 12, most likely, then we will be. It is 52. Keep it 50. Look at what the chart is telling us. We tried to break down, that didn't happen, so we saw an up move. The IVs are still under 15, is okay. We got one entry at 39, the second at 40. Two entries we've got. Now the intention is if this goes to 52, which is 10 points, then this is roughly a good time to. The hedges have come in, I've exited the hedges. My margin requirement is still way under 50. We have last 1 hour left. I have to wait and see if we got another 200 quantity right here. Then at 45 we will get another one. Okay, so we are now pretty much balanced in terms of quantity. There's only one more that I should be taking, which is 2400 greater than 46. Then sell. We're still under the 50 lakh mark. Okay, so why did I take inverted? Right? The main reason is uh, if both are around 5 and 5 or 6 and 6. Right? If there is a big move on either side, the other leg is not able to compensate at all because there's still time value left of an hour. Right? If one goes to 15, the other will from 5 to 15, the other will go from 5 to 3, 5 to 2, and that's going to create a lot of problems in the MTM. Right now, the other side is compensating to a lot of extent. So that's the main reason. And I had a skewed position. So now I am at a level where both are equal. I am touching my 50 lakh mark. And I so if there's a 10-point move, the other leg will at least give me 4 or 5 points. And now I have a price check of 52. So if there's a 7-point move on the put, call will at least give me 3. So which won't be the case if I do a strangle. Then this will become a straddle. So I'll be shifting into a straddle when there's a decisive move on the downside or on the upside. If you are comfortable with MTM swings, then a strangle would make a lot more sense. I am not, so I would rather pay some extra charges. This is my turnover charges, right? STT, which is a fraction of what I would pay if I was in a strangle and then the market moves against me and I have to cut my position the worst possible time. So this is me controlling my risk. In case of a worst thing that could happen is a circuit, right, or a 500-point move. So my hedges, I keep bringing them closer. It has two benefits. Right? One is I can sell more for the same margin, and it controls my risk in case of an unfortunate event of market moving abruptly in either direction. Because the majority had said that I should take a re-entry, and that's what we've done. Last 1 hour of the market left. Look at the charts. See if there's any. Not expecting a big move, at least based on the premiums and the IV. So what will happen if it breaks the 555 mark, right? So let's just put this at 550 right at the center. At this point of time, it will become a straddle because that's what our settings are. Right? We've set 52. For this to be 52, we should be touching the 50 mark right here for the put to become 52. At that point of time, we will have this around 9 to 10. I am protected in case there's an up move. So what if there's a decent up move? The puts will compensate, right? The calls will spike, but the puts will decay enough for me to compensate for that matter. I got the edges closer. Mhm. Okay, so now if it goes to 52, other side was able to compensate, right, to a lot of to a decent extent. So 9 points here and 5 points. This will be around 9 or 10, and so will be the call. The problem is there's still 1 hour left. So that's what my concern is. If there is, yeah, you can see we are about to touch 52. And when that happens, puts will risk off. I've already kept a setting such that after the adjustment, it will automatically calculate the price difference and the price difference will come into picture. Right now, it won't come into picture because I've already set it to 100. So 100 is not possible without touching 52. Very logical. But I'm thinking about the next step. What if the move is very big and I don't get time to adjust it manually? That's why I'm keeping that in system already ready. Okay, so for people who've just joined in, right, on a popular demand, we took a re-entry. We took a re-entry through rules where we said when the combined premium is greater than certain brackets that we created, through custom rules. We had a few rules here through which we got an entry, and we had calls and put rules. So we got almost 2,000 calls in the first spike and 1,000 puts. Then created more rules on the put side to take entry at the better prices. That's why we have now a balanced position. Have a rule which says if the put goes to 52, then it will risk off. It applies to both call and put, but I've basically set the same value for simplicity, that if either of them goes to 52, if this there is a downward move, and if the put goes to 52, then my 24,600 put will shift to 24,550. I'm still under 50 lakhs. So I've created a few more rules to enter at better price on the calls if there's an up move. Now the prices are moving on the downside. This happens. At the option. Yeah, yeah. Not really, nothing. I think the market has been kind today. I was just following what market was telling. All I've done today, nothing. Thank you. Thank you for at least joining in and being a part of this live stream. Okay, so we said we'll take some more entries if there's a slight up move at 1350, 1550 and 1750, 100 quantities. So it's a possibility that we may get that. Also looking at my hedges on the put side, which is fine. I'm going to bring them even closer. 500 is going to do it when it goes to 650. Also, we'll do it when it goes. Okay, a good chance we get this if it stays about 1350 for one tick, two consecutive ticks basically. Next one is at 1550 and then 1750. You can see the power of rules is right. We got entries at better prices at 43, 45, 41, 39 because had a huge skew in the prices. So we had created rules all the way from 39, 1, 43, 44, 45, half. Similarly, on the call side, we are saying we take entry additional quantity only if there is a move in that direction. And we know that the other side is compensating for that, at least to a large extent. If the up move continues, we'll get another 100 quantity. Yeah. So we got one at 1350, another at 1550, and the last one will be at 1750. And just to show that this is a live trade, there is nothing hidden here. This is the, refresh this so that the positions are visible here, and then we'll put a filter as well. This is a live trade with the same quantity, the same orders that you see. This is I'm doing this in a TradeGenie account where I like the portal, I like the APIs, so I'm using TradeGenie as a broker for execution. If you want to try it out, they are offering 1 month free TradeFlow subscription. If you open an account, or even if you are an existing subscriber, you can fill up the form and we will set it up for you. The details are in the chat. The team will share the links again for you to fill up the form if you're interested in trying out for a month. Sure. Here the current payoff graph. So this is the payoff graph. Roughly till what, 120 we were at 60, 65, right? Around 55. Then the decay started happening, and then we closed our position roughly around 2 o'clock, right? So this is the place where I closed the position around 150. And then on popular demand, we took a re-entry. During the re-entry, obviously the MTM went down as we took an entry in the spikes, and then from there, they're slowly going up. The margin deployed so far has been 50 lakhs. So far we are touching 2.5% of the margin deployed. There was a time where I had crossed 50 and then I realized and I squared off position. I think for maybe a 10 minutes, but for majority of the time, for the whole thing, I've been live for since 11 o'clock. Don't think so. We've touched 51 also. Oh, sorry, you asked for payoff graph. I'm so sorry. This is the payoff graph. There's not much left. It's the maximum profit is actually 10,000 right now. So that's why I had exited the position long back at 1,15,000 because I could see that the risk reward of that position was not in favor. Took a break and then did a poll. The poll, some users wanted us to do a re-entry and show how I would do a re-entry, and that's where I took a re-entry. Two rules. I'm not expecting more than 15,000. And let's say if I go to a straddle at the end also towards the last 30 minutes, then we'll add another 10,000 to it. So I'm not expecting to go above 150 at any point of time. So that's why my target is also 150. I don't think so it's going to happen. On the contrary, it's possible that we may go negative also. Right? I'm not going to jinx it. So let's just do a rolling here. I think we've seen way too many brutal moves in Nifty. So I've done a rolling PNL now of 20,000 just in case. So you can see the calls have decayed. This down move. The puts are not spiking though. And the put goes to 52. Then we are shifting. So I can shift right away. Let me do that for half of the contract, or let's not. If it goes to 50, I'll move half and then let the system move the remaining half if it goes to 52. Yeah. The price was telling that the down move was actually a discount, right? So the put of 24,600 should at least be at 51 if you look at the intrinsic value itself, or 50 now, right? But it's actually at discounted. So it's deep in the money. So somebody is willing to sell at a cheaper price, the puts. So at least price is telling us something. Could backfire though if there's a sudden move, but for that we have one tick and 52. So we'll make this as 50.53 because we are under the 50 mark currently for a few minutes now. So why is somebody selling puts at a discount? That's a question to ask. Obviously synthetic is at above, but spot is below. Is this a fair question to ask? Let me know in your comments, right? So should we be looking at the price and asking ourselves, why is it the intrinsic value itself is 50, but the put is trading at 50.46? Why is the seller selling it at a cheaper than the intrinsic value of that put? Is that a fair question to ask? Yes or no? What do you think? Is the question itself fair or not? Is what my asking the users. If you're looking at the screen right now, you'd be asking this. So how would we read this? Is basically the sellers or majority is not expecting the market to go down. versus they're expecting the market to do a slight up move unless this corrects, right? Which is possible. There's a 10-point move on the downside. There could be a panic and the prices will jump from 48 to 54. But we will act. Sorry, we will react. We will not act. So I'll react to the market when the time is right. And that is through my rules. I've changed from 52 to 50.50. Because if suddenly there's a big red candle, then there will be a decent spike. Okay, we got some extra hedges. I'm gonna square off the additional ones at 1,800. That one. Okay. The market is actually going down. The puts, I'm waiting for to see if puts, yes. So this has happened. Now price check is unchecked. Price difference is 10 points. Versus I'm only going to use a price check of 15. That's it. Now, if the market moves in one direction, be it on the downside or on the upside, if that option goes to 15, then I am exiting that position and I'm shifting away. At this point of time, I'm going to just remove these. We will try and add 100 quantities with the 1 point difference for here and call this. I'll just buy some extra ones, 300 quantities. If it goes less than, same on the okay. So now the current value is roughly 22,000. Can make roughly 20,000 on top of what we're doing if the market ends exactly at the center. The interesting part is this is still 51. 24,600 is still trading around 50, 51. So there is a decent up move still possible. You look at the deep in the money, it's still trading around 100, where the intrinsic value is at least 120. Sorry, 110. So there's a 7 to 8 point discount. Now this could backfire badly as well. So 7. That's good enough. I have close to 11, 12 points to capture. I'm going to make it 13.5 and 13. Interesting. If you've joined now and if you are liking what we are presenting here, it's a live trade. It's not some gyan that I'm giving, and it's not a paper trade. It's an actual trade on my actual account where refresh this so that people are just Nifty. I'm walking the talk by taking the position in an account and showing how I manage it. This is still very concerning for me because Puts are still at a deep discount of 15 points for a deep in the money, and we have only 5 minutes left into averaging. Either this will blow out of proportion very fast, or we'll see a very big up move, at least up to 24,555, which is good 30 points or 20 points. Sorry. We are way under a 50 lakh mark till now, and we've touched 2.5% for the day. Just see if there's any questions. Okay, try and increase the volume. I will try and speak even louder. Yeah, I will try and speak a little louder now. Hopefully that should be better. Let me see if there's any questions. Okay, bro, I will speak a little louder. Okay, still a concern for me. Obviously, I think the pricing is as per the synthetic, because synthetic is at 408, but the synthetic gets calculated based on the premium. It's not the other way around, right? So obviously 12 points intrinsic value, 0 points in deep put ITM. Interesting. So this could work out, because then if there is a slight up move, we will be able to see some entries at 650, 750, and 850. That's the idea behind it. Right now there are 9 points roughly, and now I'll keep my logic at 1250. Price check logic at 1250. So if either of them goes about 1250, which I'm gonna now again reduce to 1150. This is just a way for protecting myself. There are 8 points for me to capture. For that, I'm willing to give 3 points. I do have a trailing of 20,000, so that's why that's another protection here. If my profit goes below 1,09,000, will automatically square off. Got some extra hedges. I'm gonna just square off these extra ones. Way below the 50 lakh mark for the day, and approaching 2.5%. Okay, already crossed 2.5%, approaching I think 2.7%. This is the actual position, so I don't want to square it off. So let's just remove this. So now my hedge is just 50 points away. So my risk is limited now, because I've increased the quantity. So hedges are just 50 points away, at least on the call side. On the put side, it's still 150 point away, and I have a rule to add. If it goes below 50 paisa, I'm adding. Okay, last 1 minute before the averaging kicks in. Let's just take a look quickly at the chart. And okay, I think there is a possibility of a move. I am looking at the IVs. Okay, this goes to 9 and 9. That's it. There is almost 7 or 8 points on this here, and Interesting. Still, the ITM is not willing to budge. That's gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna take any more. The thing is, this is telling me that the downside risk is still limited. I'm gonna take some entry. 950, I'm gonna. Very odd, extremely odd behavior of pricing right now. The market 20 points down. This is still at 5. Okay, beautiful. There's 7 points to capture, 9 points. So 6. Deep in the money is still around 4. So we got one at 6. We'll get another one at 7. We will be out of the trade if it goes to 9. With 5 ticks. This is 7 now. 6, 5, 4. This, I'm looking at deep in the money, and that is telling a story that this currently should be around 5, 6, between 5 and 6. I've made the weight as 5 because I don't want to get it where move the extra hedges still below the fall side. I clear this 0. 250 and 3. I'll add another 200, 400 more. In 3 minutes into averaging, the market is still way below 24,550 mark, but the deep in the money options are telling a different story altogether. So keeping that in mind, I've set this at 250 and 3. Now I'm going to change this to don't want the hedges anymore. Okay, we get another 200 quantity at 250, and we'll get another 200 at. I think this is, yeah, that's all. I don't want to break my rule. I will stay below. So it's perfectly all right now. Only thing that I'll do is my hedge. Yeah, my hedge is also where nothing to do now. Now the only thing to do is make sure we respect what we've made by making it 750, 750, and 10 ticks. So a pure example of price telling us what is the expected behavior. The deep in the money options were not increasing in the price. They were still trading around 4 or 5 rupees when we were 15 points deep in the money. Okay, let's see. Okay, do you find this useful? One last request. If I'll just do a poll. I want to get feedback because I've been putting a lot of time in this, and if it's of no use, then we would like to stop it. Right, so if you're liking what we are presenting here, please like the video, share it with your fellow traders. If you're still not with us, do try it out. You have nothing to lose. You can just open a TradeGenie account. You get 1 month free to try out, and post that you can take a call whether it's worth trying it or not. I'm gonna make it 650 now. 50. It's not over till it's completely over, right? So let's not take it lightly. Market is, so this is 3 points. 50 with 10 ticks. Okay. If I wanted to deploy full capital, I would have heavily sold calls at this point of time, but I'm not going to do that because that is what I'm trying to show is with 50 lakhs of capital also, right, this is exactly under 51 lakhs, right? So 50 lakhs plus change can survive in this market by making a decent return. A decent is subjective, is up to you. What is a decent return? For somebody, 2% is a decent return. So for somebody, even 20% is not a decent return. So you can get it for free, sir. You can open an account with people who are offering the service for free, and you can they are paying on your behalf. So you can always try it out and see if in a month, right? So people have taken year-long subscriptions, and it charges them roughly 7,000, right? And 7,000. So the question to ask is, will this tool help me save 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 based on whichever plan you are, right? But the people who have taken a year-long subscription, it comes down to roughly 7,000 plus taxes. So if in a month, is the tool capable of helping you make uh, 7,000 extra or protect 7,000 extra of your capital, then it's free for you. Else you'll find it expensive. Because I am seeing same messages coming again and again. It's expensive. It's expensive. Why don't you try it out for a month free of charge? You don't have to lose anything, and then decide whether it is expensive for you or not. Okay, so some people are still not finding it useful. Uh, for people who are telling that it's not useful, one more request: take another minute and let us know how can we make it more useful for you. Because uh, there is still 6% of the total people who have voted are saying that it's not useful. So I would really want to understand how can I make it more useful. What is the content that will help you in your trading that I should be covering? Couple of disclaimers, right? This is only for education purposes. It's not something that I'm giving out tips. I've never given out tips, or I don't have a Telegram channel or anything of that sort. या मेरा कॉपी सर मेरे नुकसान भी लेने पड़ेंगे फिर राइट I did have a loss the other day, right? I did lose what roughly 3% of the margin deployed, right? And I was doing live that day as well. So if you copy, you get both good and bad of mine. Unfortunately, I don't have intention. So the only reason I'm doing this is right if to Yeah, this is not a money making machine, exactly, right? This is not something, it's not something that will always make you money. This is something which I'm trying to help and share how I read the market, how I trade, how I use the features that are available at my disposal. There are a lot of features in this application. For example, right, the tools that we use today, we use price check. We said we will risk off when the price is above certain level. We used price difference. Came closer when the skew was wider than our comfort level. Then we used, I think, ATM straddles, right, to exit. We said we will take an entry. So my morning entry was through in ATM straddle, where I said if the premium is more than 100, only then take an entry. Then we took a partial exit. Then the premiums, when there was a decent decay and we saw that the prices have gone below 50, we took a partial exit. Then we took a full exit when the premium went below 30. So I've used ATM straddle. We used rules. We were showing spot rules, right, where if there's a breakout strategy, if there is a breakout on the downside, I want to exit some of the puts and I want to add more calls. Right? So we could do that on spot or on synthetic future. Then we used call rules, right, to add more to our position at better prices. On a single click, we were able to add more rules and add to our position. So we took an exit at 1,15,000 and change. We took a re-entry based on the request of our users, where we then created some rules. We created a lot of custom rules to take staggered entry in a spike. Right? So you can enter on a combined premium of a specific strikes. You can enter at spike and reduce your quantity when there's a decent decay. Right? Then we are using our exit PNL to make sure that we can at least exit in profit if there's a move against our position. At this point of time, I will make sure I make this as 450 and 450 and with a tick of 20. So the probability of this going above 450 and staying above 450, for that market needs to make a 10-point move and then stay above that for a decent 5 to 10 seconds, right? So that's why I've made it as 4.5, and with a 20-point tick. And so then we did manual adjustments. We tried to add hedges based on rule instead of just adding them in advance. We used add hedges option where we said, okay, we'll add the hedges only when we take the position. I showed automatic SL, right? So we can use automatic SL and trailing SL. It gives me an idea of how much am I able to capture. What is the risk reward? You can see the payoff graph, right? How much is the maximum? I can see my PNL chart. So if I have to show my PNL chart, this is the PNL chart, right? This is one of those days where it's going up, up, up. So this is where we took an exit and then we took a re-entry. We touched a lakh and then went back slowly up all the way to 1,42,000. So you can even track it, how your position has moved throughout the day. There is a lot to offer and we are still working on a lot more features. There's a free trade protection. There is wait and trade. There is a single UI screen where you can see your completed orders, your book positions, your open orders, and all of it can be dynamically changed. There's a lot of effort gone into building this, and we give this on a virtual machine, on a dedicated machine where security is also very important. Right? It's your hard-earned money, so we give you on a dedicated box which is per individual. We're not doing shared resources here, so you get your own personal box on which this gets installed. It has its own dedicated internet power. You lose your internet, you lose your power, your computer crashes, not to worry. The rules that you have on TradeFlow on that server will still keep running. So we've kept security in mind, we've kept performance in mind, we've kept ease of trading in mind. And on top of it, you can take entries from your broker terminal and they will be visible. You can trade multiple indexes at a time. And so I can keep going on and on and on, right? But end of the day, it's the feedback that I'm getting from users who are using it, that it is definitely worth it. Is what the feedback that I am getting. Uh, So, sir, tell your to talk about when the expiries actually increased, we didn't increase the price, right? So we had launched our product 2 years back. I don't have to justify, but I'm just telling you this because when there was only Bank Nifty and Nifty expiry, the price was the same. Then when SEBI introduced more and more expiries, we didn't increase the price, right? There was a lot of people who kept on saying that, okay, the prices will go up. We kept on adding more and more features. We kept on adding more and more support. We kept on adding more indexes, but the price didn't increase. Now, the argument that the expiries have gone down, so you should reduce it, is redundant right now. And like I said, unless you actually use it, you won't see the benefit of it. So if you are open to trying it out, can take a trial on your current broker with a nominal fee, and you can try with TradeGenie who's paying on your behalf for a month. If there are, we have still 31 people on the who are viewing it, right? Sir, no, we're not running. I don't know whether I'll live as long as you are alive, right? So how can I offer you something where I don't know if I'm going to live longer than you or not? So no, it's not available for lifetime. The people who are currently using it, right? It's an open question, right? Do you find it useful? Right? A yes or a no? And on top of it, if you can just tell how useful it is, from a 10 being very useful to 1 not really that useful. I'll appreciate your inputs because that's the only way we get. I feel for you, sir. I can understand many traders are going through losses, but the only way, right, to make money is through discipline and through proper rules and execution. Thank you so much. Thank you. Means a lot. Okay. We still have 12 minutes. Market is exactly at 54, 5, 50, 51. So we are right in the middle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking time and putting a comment. Means a lot to us and our team. For a lot of users who've been with us, they know we used to do a lot of live and we completely stopped because I was not sure whether it was adding any value for the time that I'm putting in. If you like what we're doing, do comment, do share this, do like, so that it's a way for us to understand that yes, it is working out. People are getting benefit, so it's worth spending time. That's all we ask. Okay, last 2,000 rupees left. Let's call it a day. Let's just leave that 2,000 for somebody else. This is our PNL chart for somebody who wants to take a look at how the day went. Close and reopen this. This is how the day has been. Managed to stay afloat in green throughout the day and without taking unwanted risk, right? We've actually taken exits at multiple times, trying to reduce the quantity, trying to reduce the risk, and trying to capture roughly 2.85 of the margin deployed. 50 lakh, it comes down to 2.8%. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for watching. I'm not going to wait for that 2,000 rupees to do this. So I'm going to just create a rule. Again, I'm so used to doing this that I will always create a rule and through the rule I'll exit. Buy first 1800 quantity, 24,550. The put also time 0.25 will buy 1008 quantity. Yeah. And the weight is 1 now. Okay, so the calls got. Okay, so calls have gone. Uncheck the price check. Puts also we should be able to get it in. Any suggestions, any feedback? We are always open, right, for your inputs. Except one input on the price, I am always open to listening and working on your input. So it's a market order, sir. So and it's the weight of one, right? So obviously the fills are coming at 30 instead of 25. So the rule says that start exiting when it touches 0.25. But in a market order, the probability of that 5 paisa is always there because there are more buyers at that price or sellers at that price. I can do a limit order and do it, but I'm not gonna. Oops, what this is. Okay, this is what happens when. Liquidate. I'm gonna cancel these open orders. There's nothing. Let's just do a refresh. Unnecessary. I had to pay 40 rupees extra for brokerage because I didn't realize I didn't change the quantity when I was talking about that 0.20, 0.20. So that's all for the day. That covers everything that I wanted to cover today. I hope you had a good trading day. I hope you did better than what I did today. So we'll catch you next time. Most likely tomorrow we'll try to see if there is enough data for me to look into taking a position. Only then I'll take entry in Sensex tomorrow. Else we will skip the day. Uh, so that's why please subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, so that you get a notification when we come live. Thank you again. Have a good day. We'll catch you next time. Take care.